Ooh, hello. Hi there. Hi there. Hello. Yeah, boy. All right, I'm closing out of Discord because lots of notifications and stuff. I was just sharing with everybody that I am live. Welcome, everybody. My name is Alckemy, Ian, Gray, Alucard, whatever. Call me whatever you want. But yeah, so yesterday we made a tune. I just put up a video with this project about my philosophy on mud pies and stuff, if you are interested in that. I also make really cool experimental sounds and do the things. And today we are working on a halftime track, and I'm just trying to finish it up. So let's go ahead and just take a listen to it, and then we can figure out what we need to do. I've got some notes over here on the right, so we can kind of keep that in mind as we listen, and then we'll figure out what we got going on. It's okay, we got you, Wiggles. All right, sorry about that, guys. My partner was calling. So yeah, that's our tune. Pretty much agree with your notes. I lost everybody. I'm so sorry. When my people call, I generally answer the phone. So really with this in particular, we don't really have too much to do. It's more of just like coloring up the sound and then having everything come together. I'm guessing Intelligent Delinquent that you're talking about the video that I just put up. I made that video because somebody posted on A Comprehensive Guide to Neurobase 1 that they were like, this is cool, but this is so methodical and so rudimentary and stuff. And I really love how Mr. Bill, you know, and all the other guys like do their mud pie things and stuff. And I think that it's really important to mention that like there's no wrong way to do that kind of stuff, but I kind of feel like when people say that stuff to me, like they're not really aware of the problems that you run into, or maybe they're just really good and have that shit figured out. But for me, somebody that's been doing this for a long fucking time, for sure, and has been making mud pies and practicing, you know, sound design and all that, it's like, I don't know, I just wanted people to be aware of the traps that I've kind of come into play with. So, and like I said, if you want to talk about it, then you're more than welcome to. And I'm actually kind of hoping that some people are, you know, like, hey, like, I don't have these problems, or hey, these are the problems that I have with doing it your way, or you know what I mean? Because that's what it's about. It's about just becoming more informed on workflow things in general. So regarding the notes that we have, I think that I will start with the intro because I want to create some kind of tension, which is kind of the issue with this. Like it has a very nice flow at the beginning and yeah, but the problem with it is that it doesn't really like make you get excited about the tune. Hey, Oro. Thank you for your comment earlier, by the way, regarding the baseline stuff. I actually want to revisit that. I want to revisit that baseline strategy stuff because I think that I can re-explain it much better. So, excuse me. So look forward to that. But yeah, so let me play this again and figure out where we are. We're way the fuck over here. Hi, Jones. Okay, so what I'm going to do on this is I'm just going to use the drum bus for now, where it's the most busy, which is over here. And what I'm going to do is, I'm not going to use this one. I'm going to use a different one, but I'm going to kind of just create some kind of snap heap rack or something. I'm not even going to make it, but I'm just going to pull something up and try to get some texture out of it because I want something that's kind of low indie, and that's not really a good way to say that, but something that's kind of out there, I guess. That actually sounds pretty cool. So we can take a couple of bars of that and bounce that out. And then what I think I'm going to do after that is come on over here down to Bill and Ted's, get yourself pre-approved for a new car right away. I'm going to listen to this for a hot sec and just see what is coming out of this. As a programmer, I very much appreciate your methodical approach. It's really loud, sorry. I mean, the thing is that even though it is methodical, it's really not, because of the nature of like the approach. It's more of like, here's a guideline, I guess. But the thing about it is that anytime you teach something, you have to turn it into a means that's tangible. Otherwise, it's not worth otherwise, you're not teaching it. If you're like, oh, here's a thing, and you just do stuff, like you're not, like you have to put something into a tangible means. I'm going to change this instead into repitch mode. I'm going to move this over a bit. There we go. And then we can use some nice, pretty Pro Q first, because we EQ everything, but then we can use some big sky and make some texture. Texture. Texture, hey? Nice. And so now that we have that, we can kind of just fill this in places at random, at least for now, and kind of really? That's cool. Do they make music as well, or just is it strictly programming? Alright, there's some clicks in here that we need to fix, because I can hear it and it's driving me crazy. Industrial bent? What is what is bent? Interesting. So with this in particular, we're just going to automate some things to try to make it a little bit more, I don't know, spruced up. Wrong one. It's supposed to be this one, bro. And then we'll grab that big sky. So that person that I was telling you guys about that got this from me, I just did a lesson with them on this thing, which was really cool because I got to show them, for one, that I freaking use this on everything now, but two, that I was like, hey, like, this didn't go to waste. It was used in good faith. Feel you help me make sense of faceplant. That's good, man. I think, sorry, that's good. Ooh, that's way nicer. Yeah, it's really like perspective and mindset. Like there's a lot of technical shit to get over, but it's once you are through the technical stuff, it's like, oh, okay, well now I can just do whatever the hell I want. And that's how it should be. Okay, there we go. That's much better. Yeah, and by the way, if I mispronounce any of your guys' pronouns or something, by the way, I don't know and I don't assume, but let me know and I will fix that. If you would rather say they or he or she or something, then Well, the problem with that is it's going to create resonance points with all of this other stuff that's coming up, specifically with this right here, with the melody. So what I'm actually trying to do is make this more quiet, sort of, as this is coming up. So. And so what we can also do, I think I'm the only female here usually. No, sometimes, well, and sometimes people identify as things outside of being female, and again, I don't really care, but it's more just trying to make everybody feel comfortable. There's this there's this producer, she goes by Becky Safe, and I want to do a reaction video to her. She's doing just fine, and I think that at some point she's probably going to pass me up. And like, not that we're competing or anything, but just as how she's gaining traction and all that. But it's good because I think that we need more representation for, I'm just going to say, minorities within the industry, people that are not men, which can spur into anything, right? People that are not men in particular. So I think that's good, but she made this point about mental health, and I wanted to kind of do a reaction video to that I don't know. I want to make sure that it's educated and I don't say some dumb shit, but I think that it's something that's really important to be talked about, that I hope that I can like bring up a good discussion point. But yeah, regarding that stuff, you know, like, something that my partner taught me about was like, and I have a friend, I think I told you about this, but I have a friend, her name is Chloe, and she's a magician, and she's amazing. But like, she was telling me this story one time about like how every time she introduces herself or somebody introduces her to other people, they're like, oh, she's a female magician. And I'm like, oh man, that sucks. Like, as opposed to just being a magician, it's always, you have this like extra label and stuff. And I like, that's why I ask about those kinds of things, about like, how do you identify, how do you want to be, you know, how do you want to be addressed and all that, because I'm probably guilty of like doing stuff like that from before, right? So trying to like you're just a producer, you know what I mean? And if you want to identify as that, then you can. Not you specifically, but if somebody does want to identify as that, then they can. But you know what I mean? Like, I think that it's important to give like the baseline of like, we're all just producers first, and then if you want to have like an individual identity or something, you can do that. Okay, that's really fucking cool. So what we can also do that I think I'm gonna try is we're gonna just pan that off to the right. That went left. Open to interpretation. Yeah, and that's fine too, but I don't know. Yo, Junior Boy, what's good? I think that like, I don't know. So my partner deals with like therapy and stuff for psychological things. So I don't want to get like into her personal business or anything, but she deals with a lot of people that are LGBTQ. She deals with a lot of people that are, you know, that identify as trans or anything of the sort. And so even though I've always been like, yeah, it's cool, whatever, like I usually keep this out of the conversation. Just the sheer amount of shit that she tells me about, I'm like, damn, that's fucked up. So I have a little bit of a deeper insight about like what goes on and all that. And I try to like, I've noticed that like the music producer community is very vibrant and very diverse. And so I think that it's important to maintain like having a safe space that everybody can come in and just be like, I'm just a producer. I'm just, you know, I'm just a friend. I'm just a homie, or, you know, something like that. My homies at the taco truck think you're dope, bro. Yo, that's really kind. Thanks, George. Y'all have a good day and good sessions. Bless up. Thanks, man. Are you just coming in to say hey and then dipping out, or which either is fine. I mean, I hate your soul if you're just coming and going, but you know, I'll live. you might not. No, I'm kidding. No, I love when people come in and they're just like, hey, I just want to say hi. You know, even if you go watch somebody else, I think that it's still like, I still appreciate like the fact that somebody comes in and is like, yeah, always dropping by. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yo, Future, what's good, bro? I think that I also want to automate like a reverser or something. I think that could be kind of cool to make it like seem like it's like ghostly or something like that. So maybe over time, like halfway in, and then just turn it off. Dude, it's totally fine. Well, and that's what it's for, right? Like my channel is meant to just be like a place of resource. I am too. It's hard. Like streaming during the day. I'm such a night person. Yo, what up, 18 Hands? So, guys, I just want to give a shout out to 18 Hands. I'm not gonna say their personal name, but they're actually a local in Vegas, and we finally met somebody. Actually, we met a long time ago on the internet, but we finally have a Vegas local. So, really cool producer. Good to know them. Say hello. Might drag him on the channel at some point. So yeah, I think I'm dying, but aside from that, Jesus, my goal with the channel is to just like have people here that just feel comfortable and can just fucking be themselves. I think that's the most important thing. As long as you're not like a jerk or something. And we really don't have that. Like every once in a while I'll get somebody that's just a fuck, yeah, but for the most part I usually don't get that stuff. Hope everyone is having a wonderful day. Likewise. Oh no, so she did a video on mental health and I wanted to do a response video to that and talk about like my own personal thoughts on the mental health thing. And the thing that I have with it is going to be a little bit more like calling producers out, like not in a negative, well, kind of, but not in a like talking shit kind of way, but like, yo, like part of like music is meant to be an escape, but if you escape for too much and you ignore like your aspects of daily life, for example, like, you know, getting adequate sleep, eating stuff, drinking water, exercising, all that, then you perpetuate a lot of your own misery as a byproduct of trying to escape. And so I'm trying to like word that in a way that's not attacking anybody, but use it as a means of like, you have to be aware when you are, when you are escaping or something of the sort, or doing drugs, right? Like it's totally fine when people do drugs and want to make music, but sometimes that becomes a crutch or something. So she was kind of leaning more so on the aspect of like ADHD and consuming too much social media, or also, you know, just like different aspects of that. But I wanted to talk about more so of like solutions to mental health management, and talk about like potential pitfalls as opposed to being like, y'all suck and this is what you're doing. Yeah. So like just shit like that. Right. And being like, and I know this, and 18 Hands, we know this too. Like we both practice martial arts and stuff. It's like, you got to take care of yourself. You got to fucking like, you got to go to bed. You got to sleep. You can't just spend 3 days straight working on a track all the time and think that you're going to like and think that like you're going to be fine. You know what I'm saying? Like people, like 50% of music producers on her poll said that people are depressed. And I'm not a therapist or a psychologist, but from the talks that my partner and I have had, a lot of it comes from circumstance. Not all of it. Some of it is actual like mental stuff, but in terms of depression, a lot of it is from circumstance. And so if you are trying to just escape the circumstance and you are also making things worse for yourself, even though you are trying to escape, then essentially you are abusing music production as a drug. You're abusing music production as a scapegoat towards, instead of facing the problem. And that's the opposite of what you're trying to do, right? So there's a matter of management in between. But yeah, I do find that interesting. And maybe I should look this up, because like, I know I don't want to put words in my partner's mouth. And, you know, I hope that like, here's a common ground that I could be wrong about this. But if we look up the most common cause of depression, major depressive disorder, this is more of like brain activity stuff. Persistent feelings of sadness, symptoms. I want to say that for the most part, like the major causes of this stuff is from circumstance. Yeah, that's interesting that these are all like coming from like a neurological standpoint. But yeah, I'll look more into it. And that's why I haven't published a video yet. You got the Mayo Clinic VC. Hey, Mike. But yeah, right. So I think that I think that most of it is caused from like circumstance, or the way that life is, of life being hard and all that. And it's like, don't get me wrong. Like I relate to that exceptionally well. But in talking about that kind of stuff, that's why I want to do a little bit of research first, because I don't want to just spout some shit and then like say something that comes off as insensitive. It's more about trying to like talk about the problem, and means to like talk about solutions to the problem, as opposed to just be like, well, you got to suck it up and do that. Cause that's like I have seasonal depression and it sucks, but I've kind of like accepted it and worked through that and whatnot. It's just like, oh, it's just part of my life. It's just what it is. It could be from past events. It could be from something, but it's like, oh, okay, well, you know what I mean? Like you move on. But I want to more so bring up the importance of managing your mental health while you're doing music, so that way you can balance both. Because I can say that usually the happier I am, the better my music is. Which in some people, like when they're really depressed and stuff, they make their best shit. But like I think for the most part, I think read. Did I miss something? I think for the most part, I kind of just want to be like, hey guys, like you have to remember to take care of yourselves. But anyways, Becky's cool. She's an Ableton person, and yeah, she's pretty chill. Exercise, diet, sleep. Oh yeah. I agree with that as well. That's why I exercise, right? So right here, it'd be kind of cool to do some kind of filter thing. Probably just automate this, because I think those are the only couple of okay, maybe there's a couple of other ones, but anything else here? Leave that where it is. So yeah, so the premise of this tune came together with having a specific beat in mind, and I was just kind of listening to it, and I was like, I kind of wanted to sound like that. There's this tune from Chi called Medallion that just pretty much has a very similar like rhythm to what I've tried to emulate, and then from there, like what came together very quickly was just having like the right kind of bass. So something that I've learned is that whenever you have a beat like this that's really focused on percussion, you kind of want to pull back off of like the heavy basses, like the heavy mid basses and all that, because it leaves room for the rhythm and all that percussive stuff that you have. yeah, that's why. And if you want to see how all this stuff was made, you can look at yesterday's stream. But yeah, if I were to have just like a chunky, like, you know, bass or whatever, then you typically want to simplify the percussive elements because they're going to be drowned within the noise anyways. But for this, because it's just a square 808, you get to hear all of the other, like, you know what I mean? You get to hear all the other cool shit. And that way you get to, you know what I mean? Like, it's all part of the, I want to like label these beats. Well, I don't want to label it, but the way that I see these beats is hypnotic. And when you're trying to make like hypnotic grooves like this, or sloppy grooves or whatever, you really have to favor the percussion. So likewise, you know, if I were to replace this with, you know, just neuro basses and shit and try to create a rhythm like that, like you could do it, but you have to be very meticulous with the vibe that you create. You know, whereas with this, because the 808 is sitting on its own space, I can have more sustained notes. I don't have to do like percussive funky stuff. So like they're not competing for the same space. And that's why I think that this works really well. Even with the noise, like I wouldn't start out with the noise version. The reason why I add it later is because your brain is already used to all the other stuff that kind of comes into play, right? So like you already have a sense of hearing everything. So I actually think that I'm going to add this over into this section instead and see what that sounds like. Never mind. So those noises are competing with the noise bass on top. But we need to find something, like either change the riff here or like figure out a way to make this part more interesting. Been a bit says, yo, what up, chicken sandwich? Long time no see, bro. So maybe we can do like a boom boom, or I don't know, just or we can even try to, let me see, this might be kind of cool. Yeah, that could be kind of interesting. Yo, thanks so much for coming in, Oral. We'll see you around. Wrong one. It's supposed to be this one. And then maybe right here we can do some kind of pitch bendy thingy. That could be kind of cool. I'm not sure how that's going to work out, but yo, Alex, it's good, bro. Okay, so from here, we can just do a nice little easy fill. That worked out well. So with this, may your snares and your bases wub. I never really thought about a wub snare, but so I think that we'll create just like a fill right there. Or maybe we can do both a pitch bend on here. Okay, insert. I'm just going to make a little note to myself right here. A little vocal fill or something I think would be kind of cool. so now I would like to do some other kind of rhythmic element here that I think would be kind of cool or something to kind of play along with this. So. Is there such thing as industrial D&B, like industrial techno? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Excuse me. We want to change this to like 8. So that way we're going to create a complex thing here. Okay, so set this by 12, and I'm not quite sure that's the right answer, but it is something that's kind of percussive that I was hoping to kind of solve. I really just wanted something rhythmic here, so. That's kind of odd. Is that a bug? What? Huh. All right. Yo, no worries. Thanks so much for coming in. I appreciate it. Sounds interesting. I don't know if it's working, but it's kind of cool to just fuck around. Maybe that's something that that we could do just to put on like the mid side. Sorry, I just use this and just completely remove, just as like background texture or something. Just completely remove the mids. Okay, so I don't really think that this is working, although I still think that we can use this as like just some kind of background thing. So we'll do that, but maybe what might also be cool is just doing like a very simple like pitch up thing. And at this point, like I could just leave it the way that it is. I just wanted something to kind of like help. Just wanted something to help, like, how do you say, like, just kind of like support the rhythm or something. There we go. Just kind of something like that, and just make it kind of like wonky. But maybe be like a little bit more. Not really sure why we're why we're getting like a let me see here. Maybe instead of okay, I might want to use a a multi-stage envelope and go something like this. Do where? to set this to info off. And then what happens if we put a phaser on this? So maybe something like that. Could be complete garbage, but okay, that worked out a lot better than I thought it would. I don't know. I don't know if you get a prorate, but I think you do, because then you just pay for the rest of what you need. But you could ask the Discord in general. But to be honest with you, what I would maybe consider is just doing like the subscription model, so that way you get everything. And maybe try it out for a week and see if those effects and stuff, or actually just demo it and see if those effects and stuff are going to be useful to you, or if you feel like you need them, and then consider purchasing the discounted like full suite or not. I will say, like, for me personally, like I use the entire suite of kilohearts. Like this entire tune is kilohearts. Everything in here was made with faceplant. Every single thing. There's not a single sample in here that was not made with faceplant. So like for me, like I use everything, but that doesn't mean that that's how it's going to be for you, right? So I will say that like the bundle is more than worth it. I also stick to 1 cent. I do often the same with Hive. I mean, hold on, one sec. Whoa. Yeah, I think that it's more than worth it, but if it's a matter of, yeah, I'm just dying, that's all. But if it's a matter of like budget, like the thing is that faceplant will do everything that you need within it without having snap heap and multipass. But what you don't get is being able to use snap heap and multipass on other things, like on serum or on your master channel effects or something. And that's why that's so important to me. To be honest, I think that snap heap and multipass are more important than faceplant itself, because the effect rack is actually more versatile than faceplant, like as a whole, because they all have all the same modulators and blah 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 or whatever. The only thing that faceplant has is the generator section. So I think that if you had to pick one, go with snap heap, because you can still, it's kind of a pain in the ass, but you can still make a frequency splitter within it, or you can do parallel processing within it. Yeah, because if you grab multipass, then you have the benefit of just doing like one parallel. Yeah, you can only do, everything is in serial except for the actual individual bands. Yeah, so snap heap is actually more versatile. If you can only grab one, grab snap heap. Because if you were to pull up snap heap, then you can do something like this, to where you can, and I do this all the time, but you could set this to parallel and then just duplicate this and do something like this. Now you've got your low and your high. Then I got the rest. Yeah, snap heap is probably the most important thing out of kilohearts. I'm such a hamster, I got both for free. But yeah, I mean, if you do this, then, you know, and essentially you could do something, you know, where it's also like a 3-band EQ, I guess, if you wanted to, because I believe it comes with it. So you can be like, oh, just this section, and then set these all to parallel, or you know what I mean? But you can actually do independent frequency splitting. The other thing that you might want to consider though with like the premium stuff is slice EQ, to where you can do shit like this. But I will tell you from personal experience that this is not as important to me as it used to be. So if I'm going to do like one specific filter, maybe like this, then I will do that, to where I'm like, oh, custom filter. But to be honest with you, whenever I'm actually doing bass processing, I actually just use one at a time now, because you can just use these. So you can boost this as much as you want by 12 dB. I guess slice EQ can go further than that, but this is usually fine. But you can just set up a bunch of these and do the opposite, right? Because this right here is the same thing as this. It's the exact same thing. So you can get away with just using a filter like that. And like it's not going to be any more taxing on your CPU resources. Filters in general aren't very CPU heavy. What is usually heavy is delays and convolution reverbs in general, or anything that has some kind of latency introduced to it is usually what starts to get taxing. But filters in general, you should in theory be able to just like go to town. So yeah, I would say if you had to get anything, get snap heap. It's the most versatile, but for me personally, like I use everything, so there's that. Yeah, hopefully that was helpful. Please do not tell me this just crashed. No, it didn't, but something did. Something popped up and was like, hey. I don't know what that was. I am afraid. Hey, Rave. Alright, so on this section, I think I'm going to do some resampling and just try to do like some washy, I don't know, washy sounds. I don't know how else to describe that really, but we can try a different generator this time, perhaps. There was one in particular that I really liked, which was, well, all of these really. We'll just use this one and see what it sounds like. Yeah, that's perfect. So we can just use this as like ambience and stuff for this particular section, so where like we can pull stuff to the background but still have things that are kind of not necessarily in time but still relevant. Ghosts are everywhere these days. You're talking to one. I'm already dead. You just don't know it yet. So now it could be fun to just cut this up and have a good time with, you know. I probably want to turn this off. Did I turn it off? That worked out surprisingly well, but for some reason, that's still doing something. What is still... Ah, it's this. Okay, that's fine. I thought that the snap heap was still going off, but yeah, that made, like, just that ear candy made this a little bit more interesting, I feel. Sick. I gotta take off home later. Yo, dude, be safe. Thank you so much for coming in. Always appreciate it. Okay, so I do want to control this a little bit, because it is just a little, it's a little crazy, a little bit out there. Maybe if I just grab a tool and turn this down just a little bit, because I do want it to be a little bit busier and like a little bit more chaotic, but not to the point where it loses the groove of the track. So for those of you guys who are still here in chat, like, does this tune remind you of anything specific? And I ask from like a lyric standpoint. A lyrical standpoint is in like, I don't know, maybe this can give me some kind of point of direction of, hey, Tavin, what's good, bro? Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Just got here. Need to hear it more? Okay, I'll play it from the beginning. Hey, Fleet. so I don't think that I'm actually going to keep this. I will keep the spacing in between, but I think that I'm just going to keep it as just the same beat. And the reason why is because I think it's too dramatic of a difference, and what I'm trying to do is accentuate something as opposed to like create a variation of it. So I think I'm just going to keep the bass. Wait, fuck. There's some things in here that I did. Wait. Okay, maybe not. No, it's fine. Space. So if we were to take that theme, what do we got? We got dimension, suspension, retention, redemption, tension. I know that there's a few in here like detention and stuff. I'm not gonna put those, but made me think about the Del Funk, Homo sapien, Dr. Octagon. Matter of fact, he would kill this. I don't know who that is. Call it fucking air blower. Let me see, where were we at? Attention. Dimension. I can always do this when I'm off stream, but I can never fucking do this while I'm trying to think about shit. Okay, so we have space as a theme. What else do we have? I don't know. I think when I think of this personally, I'm thinking of just like some kind of like, I don't know. Personally, I think of this as like, that's kind of what I'm thinking about too. I don't know. I feel like it would be funny if there was something like, respect my gangsters. You know what I mean? Just something silly like that. Chain hanging, chain hanging, chain hanging. Respect my gangster. You know? I think you all have the San Andreas vibes because of the sent you a sample on Discord. I quit Discord. Yep, that's exactly it. I'm thinking of like, there's a matter of like, of hypnotic.
I recommend you check how many heads I put to.
Yeah, something like that. I'm not gonna use that because that's Scarface, but that's kind of what I was thinking. We're on the same page of that. That's what I'm thinking about recording and putting in here is just recording that and then having something kind of repetitive. But like, to me, aside from the West Coast lowrider vibes, I get just this feel of like a dance of the undead, you know, just, and it's something that's hypnotic, you know, that kind of brings people or like brings something back to life. It's a light. Undead. But maybe just something that's not cheesy. That part was sick. I wish I would have had that. Oh man, okay. Alright, I'm not so worried about it because we have, like, it's repeatable, so we'll find something in there. But that vocal, that... Sick. Well, there is an undeniable Pharaoh returning from the dead vibe. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. But yeah, I was thinking of something like that, you know, if... Like, you guys ever see those cartoons where the skeletons come out and they all do the dance together? I was kind of thinking about something like that, but more of like a waltz almost. Pillar Man meme. Alckemy says, something not so cheesy as I'm putting a gang of shredded cheese on my baked potato. Lol. Gang of cheese, gang of cheese. I'm just kidding. What is that one thing called that's like the typical Egyptian symbol? Is it like an Ankh? A-N-K-H, I think. Let me see. Return of the Pharaoh. I make your vision narrow. See it from above. Got my vision like a sparrow. I read the future like a tarot. Here for the paper, all about dinero. How come he got bores? No, I wouldn't say that, but I mean, just like trying to come up with something like that, you know, just something kind of simple. What was the last thing I said? All about dinero. I'll hang your body like a scarecrow. You wouldn't dare, yo. I'm all about my scare flow. How the fuck he do his hair, though? Do I ever mess around with weird FM ratios that make cool sounds but only works on a couple of notes and then resample it? Yeah. There's a... thank you, by the way, Drew. I really appreciate that, and I hope that you love Eternum 3 and 4. I'm using Eternum patches on this right now, so... Yeah, so these things are pretty much Eternum patches. They're newer ones because I every time I make a new track I make one, but yeah, highly usable, I believe. You just have to like know how to use them, I guess. What other themes can we think about with like the undead? What other cool things? You know, it would be a sick like theme for this tune, something that has to do with like Sleepy Hollow. Immortality. Yeah, like a blood contract. That'd be kind of sick too. Just in time for Thanksgiving. Just name it Pumpkins. And the pumpkin, the pumpkin, the pumpkin. Because, you know, like the headless horseman would have a pumpkin as a head that he'd hold sometimes. It's terrible, but pretty funny. Sleepy Hollow, chop you with an axe. Sitting here laying down the real shit facts. I use a clipper on my master. Turn the volume to max. Cause you know that I'll be dropping the bars when I lay the tracks. Has anyone here seen the new Hellraiser? Honestly, it's pretty intense with crazy cinematography and sound design. I have not. I have not seen it. Isn't DMX in it though? Did I hear it? I think I saw that correctly. DMX was in it. Yo, 18 Hands, I'm sorry, man. I was like, yeah, we're finishing tracks and stuff, but I mean, like, this is going to be done here in a second, but I'm also kind of having fun. Turn the headless horseman into a pumpkin pies. Your molecules are in motion. Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, like, I could just not do vocals or whatever and like call this done, but really the point that I was trying to make about this was we started with just the rhythm, which was the beat, right? I think the first thing that I laid down was this hi-hat pattern. I think this was the very first thing, which was, yeah, just that. And then we added this. So we have, and then we added this. And then I believe we added this. And then the last thing that we had for the entire percussive group was this thing right here. So hold on one second, because that's going to drive me crazy. On, off, off, on, off, on, off. But yeah, I mean, once we had the drum, like the drum groove, then I laid down the kicks and the snares. And once we did that, then I just made the little square 808 thing. And I don't remember if it was you that I was talking to about this from before, but if you make a bass line in 808s first, then it becomes really easy to like fill in the gaps with the rest of the things. Or if you just start with something that's like, that doesn't have a ton of motion in it, I think that's the best way to describe it. And you just think about like matching your sub with your drums, then it gets just way easier to write. And the reason why is because like 808s have a slight amount of mids in them, but not too much. And it's more so focused on the low end. And so when you, when you think about composing in that way, then you can always replace those 808s with a different, either a different synth, or you can add distortion to it and resample it and turn it into something bigger. But yeah, we started with the drum group, which was this. Hold on one second. And then we just added the bass on here, and like all of the musical stuff came last. And then I wrote this little melody, which was it was actually something different than this at first. It was like a weird chord progression, but I didn't quite like the way that it turned out. Do I still have it? I guess I deleted it. Yep. It's gone. Yeah, I just had this like weird chord progression thing or whatever. And then I was like, oh, it's not really working. But I mean, even if you turn this off, all of the melodies, like it doesn't really impact like the nature of the tune. So theoretically we could just And then after that, though, that's when I added the musical stuff because it came after. And once I added like this melody, then I just brought it to the intro and layered it. And then I started adding all of the other stuff under this, which is just either a resample of this or a resample of this. So I just send this stuff through Snap Heap Racks and like bounce out, you know, random shit like this. You know, just put it under reverb and then you've got all these textures. So if you wanted to, we could also, again, just like once we have all this shit, then like the intro and outro and all that stuff is really just a matter of repurposing stuff that we already have. So for example, if I were to take the kick on here and place it, oh my God, I'm so sorry guys. We do one right here and then we do another one in the percussive group. Japanese trap vibes, and we do something like Big Sky to where we just have like some kind of impact like this and set it to 100%. Pull the low end down. Then you can kind of, hey, Mark. And for this like drop in particular or main section, like I kind of wanted to go for that like pseudo thing to where like you just hear the bass first and then the drum beat picks up. I didn't like preconceive that. That was just something that I got from the reference tune from Cheese Medallion. Oh, that would be cool. Hey, trigger warning. I mean, I do monetize my videos, but I have never ran a single ad, like outside of just watching before you come in. I mean, even if my video was not monetized, you would still have ads before you click on a video. That's just the way that YouTube is. Sorry. know what would be cool is yesterday Eliana came in and she gave me this idea that would be kind of cool. But just want you to know either way. Yeah, I'm sorry. There's nothing I could do about it, bro. Yeah. Sorta. We're talking like fractions of a cent. Unless if I have like 1,000 people in here, it doesn't really do much for me. Stradivari cello. And see if we can get a trill in here. YouTube is weird with ads. I've had to watch 2 ads before, but on mobile and PC I get most of the time. Easy way around the entry ad is to just hit your go back and forward button in the browser, but it's not a big deal. Yeah, I mean, at the same time, like, I'm not trying to inconvenience anybody. And I think that, like, my strategy would be to, like, try to go for, like, memberships as opposed to just running ads. Because CPM variates anyways, and that's only per 1,000 views. And, like, my channel does not, like, I'm not Venus Theory. And by that, I don't mean, like, anything with his personal choices, but I mean, like, I'm not a channel of his caliber. You know, like, a single video of his gets 15,000 views, and I get, like, I'm lucky if I get like 1,500 views. So, you know, does that library come with complete? I believe so. And this thing is fucking badass. Yeah, I love Cam. He's great. So it's too real. Is what you got early on when you began producing, right? Well, yeah, but not complete. You should be 6 million views, but they lie. No, it's fine, man. I'm not trying to get at that. So that might be kind of nice to send something through here and just do like a very quick bounce. But yeah, at this point, like, I'm not even trying to, like, quote unquote finish the tune. I'm just, like, adding spices to it and, like, having fun. But we can essentially just get rid of that. And then we can do something like Big Sky. Yeah, I mean, I think that because of the nature of my channel, I'm never going to be somebody that's like super huge, and that's okay with me. I just want to pay my bills. I would love complete, but I don't have a small fortune. Their 50% off sales are pretty reasonable. Curious. Yeah, that's fucking sick. Okay. So if we did that in the last two, or the last 4 beats right there, so. I got my broke tact free 3.5 sound font library for my orchestral needs. What is that? Okay, so this might be cool to do like a panning of left and right like this. Again, just to, it's very quiet, so. So another thing that I think would be cool is to Newgrounds compiled a bunch of free orchestral sound fonts for us Brogue producers. Oh, that's dope. Yeah. I got a vent on behalf of MAGA nudist activists and not even MAGA nor nudist nor what? I'm not really sure what that doesn't do anything. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is grab Portal. Just kidding. I didn't even get the kidding part. Fuck yeah. So we don't want to do this the whole time. But maybe in, you know, certain instances and stuff that could be kind of cool. Right, so not really there, but yeah. Nonsense stuff. I'll like reality. Dope. Okay, that worked out really well. My thing that I wanted to do with this was to like have the melody, but like just kind of have stuff above it kind of play out. So maybe I can just kind of reduce this a bit, and then let's see how that fares. Okay, now with this, I really like this, but it doesn't like give it doesn't like give the like the that I'm looking for. Great example of sound design to create a phrase call and response. What I just did? Well, thanks. Yeah, I want this to be like airier. More airy? Airier? More airy? More air? This is how I do OTT, by the way. It works out way better. Yeah, I just put up a video about that, especially regarding like mud pies and stuff. Like, fucking, like, once you have an idea, like, don't think that you need to write more. Just start to repurpose what you've already made. That's better. So maybe something that I might do is maybe just make it like go up. Some dub siren noises would sound cool. Maybe. So let's go ahead and put a delay on the snare here, like a pa 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 pa. Okay, so we're going to automate this. No. Yes. Okay, so we can also take this guy. Move this over to the end. Yeah, I mean, we're really just doing like the final stuff here. All right, I'm going to turn the mic off for a sec. Let's go ahead and listen to Okay, so it's mostly there, but did that just quit on me? What happened? Okay, so we're gonna turn this part up right here. And then we will do some kind of pitch bend. Dude, these fucking blowers are relentless. Are you serious? Yeah, it sure fucking feels like it. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. I'm fucking... Like, here's the thing. As fucking annoying as this is, it's not their fault. They're just doing their job. So I can't really be like, you know. It's fucking annoying. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, and they don't know. They don't know that this is what I'm doing. And actually, I prefer that they don't know, because I don't want anybody to know that I've got, you know, that I have a studio in my house or in my apartment. So there's that. But, you know, pros and cons. So, fuck, it's annoying, but Jesus. Okay, we need to have some kind of transition there. I would like there to be like some kind of like stutter or something that's just like a da-da. Oh, you know what I could do? That would be cool. Is... How do you make decisions so fast? I'm so stuck listening to things and not progressing. So it's a really good question. I like good questions. You have to get yourself to a point to where you start to hear the gaps, the missing things, right? So if you feel like something is missing, but you don't know what to do, I'm going to give you the advice that Cage gave me, which is find ways to accentuate the groove. But like this guidance that I have right now is from listening to this and realizing like this transition, in order for this part to like, in order for this sound to work, it needs to be introduced, or it needs to have some kind of thing, because it can't just flow. So within this, I need to find something that's going to help create like an abrupt type of thing to introduce this sound, kind of like a switch up. You see how much better that makes that flow now? So like that's why I made that choice. I'm not sold on the sound itself, but having that double transient right there is almost like a reset, which makes this flow a little bit better. So like, I'd say like composition is all about it's all about loops and transitions. So if two loops are not working together, like side by side, you just need to figure out a way to like blend them, right? And that's why like resampling is such a useful tool, because it helps you solve all those problems. Sorry. But what it comes down to whenever I'm making decisions and stuff is just like, for one, like just keep moving. So unless if you like have no idea what to do, if you're just like, I don't know what the fuck to do, focus on accentuating the rhythm. And then if you have like an 8-bar section and you're like, oh, okay, this is cool, now what do I do with it? Duplicate it, make it a little bit different, make an intro, make an outro, call it donezo. Because that's where you're going to like run into that aspect of like, I'm in this beat block and I don't know what to do. And I've been there and I know exactly how that shit feels. But like the formula, you just gotta be like Plankton, man, and find the formula. But it's understanding like basic aspects of composition, and like what really helped me with figuring out how to finish shit is letting go of inhibition, right? So being just like, I don't like realizing like I don't like this or whatever, but still committing to like finishing it, and then doing the bare minimum possible in which to finish the arrangement, even if I fucking hate it. Because if I really like it, like I really like this and I'm dedicated to it now, but if I don't like it, but I can finish the arrangement, then that means that I could put it to rest. I can bury it and never come back to it, or listen to it 2 years later and be like, oh, now I hear stuff. Now I can hear the gaps. Now I can like listen for the things that are in between. But you have to develop a skill which is finishing music as its own thing, as opposed to just being a music producer. Like you can't just commit to the tracks you like. You can, but you're missing out. So commit to the tracks that you don't like as well, but simplify and figure out what it takes to get it done, right? This is especially helpful for like deadlines and shit. And then once you have that, then you can use that confidence that you've gained to be like, fuck, I don't know what to do and I don't really even like this. Guess I'll just, sketch a bullshit intro. Guess I'll just sketch a bullshit outro, and then, call it a day. Because at the end of the day, like for me in particular, if you listen to this isn't like the most compelling fucking, like, this isn't like, oh, it's Beethoven. And I don't have the skill set for that. What I do have the skill set for, or what I've been building, is sound design highlights and beats and rhythm. And so what do my compositions allude to? Beats and rhythm, right? There's a quick way to get into this beat, sounds kind of cool. We've got our little build up, right? And then I just let it fly and just let the beat play out. I want people to like not headbang to this, but I want people to be like, I want this to be hypnotic, smoke a blunt to this. I don't smoke, but I would want someone else to. Right? Just imagine someone in the back of the club just and that's what I ultimately want for out of my music. Is storytelling and stuff is great and whatnot, and I have a time and place for doing that, but when it comes to beats like this, I want it to be... This is music to blast in a car and have people in the streets doing the stank face. Yeah, exactly. No club, but definitely vibe and smoke it for sure. Yeah, and it doesn't have to be a club. It's just, you know what I mean? It's just shit that I imagine. I did want to replace this because I feel like that was just a little bit abrupt. Actually, there we go. Okay. Now I'm going to go back and put all those back in because I wanted spaces in between this. These little details matter. They don't, but they do. They don't, but they do, but they don't. See, that's why that matters, because now you have a space. Spacing, bro. Spaces. It's so funny. I was yesterday, Zane Wolf was in here, a physicist, and we were talking about it and stuff, and like it's if I want to know about something, there's two people in this world that I would send my music to. He is one of them. The other person would be Cage. But it's kind of funny, right? Because like sometimes the stuff that we like preach all the time is the same stuff that like we forget, I guess, or that we like lose track of, or not necessarily take for granted, but like, yeah, I guess we just forget. And so, you know, he played this drum and bass tune and stuff, and I was like, man, it's really cool, but like, it's the same thing you've been telling me. It's like spaces. If you want to make funky rhythms and stuff, it's all about spaces. Spaces. The more space that you have, the more room for rhythm you essentially can do that. But if somebody is dancing or whatever, like you have to have time in between your beats or in between like your rhythmic hits, so that way they have time to transition, which goes back into that same thing I was talking about with transitions. Of, you know, if you want to introduce a new element, sometimes you need to like prepare it or say, hey, something is getting ready to happen. Here is a transition, and then here's the new element. Because a lot of times what people do, especially like when you're first learning, is like you just stack loops, like as in like building blocks. You know, you're just like loop 1 and 2, loop 1 2 3, loop 1 2 3 4. And like that's a great way to learn how to like do basic composition and stuff. But when you get into the nuance of those things, you know, then you're like, oh, maybe I can like find a cool effect or something to be like, hey, I'm going to introduce this new idea, but this shit's going to be a banger. And that's how you write intros, is you create anticipation. That's how you write bridges, is create anticipation. But if you realize or you think about it, your bridge is also your intro. So you end up writing the same shit. That's why it's important to learn the skill set of finishing your music, because what you're doing is you're essentially writing the same thing twice. Your intro can also be your outro, just in reverse, right? This section, the main section 1, is main section 2. Except I just made a little bit of a variation to it, but it's still relevant enough to where it's the same stuff. So when you think about things in that way, especially if you simplify it into you're just making beats, this isn't like I said, you know, this is just a beat for me. And that's the way that I like to compose, is I just like to make beats, because that's what I want people to do. I want to do flips to this, right? I want to trick to this and throw kicks and all that. And so by having something that's consistent but changes up a little bit over time, it's easy for me to like have the intuition about where to go next, right? I'm like, oh, all right, well, we're building on this. We're building the groove. Maybe you make it so busy that in the next section you either want to simplify, or maybe you want to actually pull away from some of the beginning parts and take all that busyness and put it in the second part. So you start to see like how you can create contrast between these sections, and then you just need a way to get into it and a way to get out of it. And like, I know that I'm like making a lot of like choices and like miniature things and all that, but it's all salt and pepper to the main idea. And that's really what it comes down to. Like I could have called this tune finished yesterday if I wanted to. I'm just kind of like tweaking and like playing with it because I'm enjoying the project. I'm like having fun doing this, and like it doesn't bother me. And I'm like, oh, every decision that I've made up to this point is making it sound cooler, but it's all just been like the ear candy and the stuff on top. I have done tempo changes, but I usually don't. I don't really see the point. Well, for me, not for anybody else's music. Like Tut Tut Child was the person that kind of like introduced that as like a staple in his music and their music. I don't know, but I think that for me, it's if you do it right, you can almost make it seem like you're doing a tempo change by switching up the groove. And I'm not talking about like half time to double time. I'm talking about doing a completely different rhythm. That's a more fun challenge to me than just like speeding it up or slowing it down. And again, like I'm not saying that and part of the reason why I just remembered why I don't do a lot of tempo changes is because sometimes I'm like, I forget, and some of these samples are in raw or they're not. So they might, if they're warped. And so if I slow it down, then it's actually going to fuck up the transient. And if I speed it up, it's going to play back faster in an undesired way. If this tempo, like let's say this is my kick, it's not my kick, but let's say this is my kick and it's playing at double time and it's this long, then I'm going to have to go back and adjust all of the samples to make the space, to like readjust the space. Because what we have space for here with the slow tempo, you got to make all that shit shorter. Right. And so like, I don't want to, that's not the kind of problems I want to deal with, I guess. The kind of problems that I want to deal with is how do I get people to make the stankiest faces? And then like, I have some mix issues as well that I want to like get better at. But yeah, really, I just, if I can make a beat that people can groove to, and it has the drums that I like to make, and it has the bass that I like to make, everything else is a win for me. Because that's all I really care about. I just want to be like, yo, I make cool basses and I make really cool drums, and check out this groove. And like, that's me. Like, that's the Alucard, that's the Alucard identity, is just having really fucking funky shit to, and all the other aesthetics that come into play is just like fun things to dance around, right? Like, the Alucard thing, and I'm not trying to talk about myself or anything of the matter, but just as a means that provides context and how it relates to how I make music and like what I think about. But playing with, dark fantasy, or playing with, deep atmospheres and stuff, right? And then pulling it dry and pulling you into a rhythm. It's always about how can I suck you into this rhythm and keep you there and make that as interesting as possible, to where you're going to want to hit replay on the tune as opposed to want to skip. I was talking to 18 Hands about this earlier this week, actually. I think it was earlier this week. And rather than like make all these crazy like compositional sections and stuff, I want to make this as interesting as possible and then just let it go. Because I want people to play it. I want people to like remember it, and I want people to like want to revisit it. Whereas if I want you to sit down and listen to something, then the composition that I'm going to do is going to be very different, because I plan on taking you somewhere with it. And so the priority changes. If you want somebody to get up and dance and then sit down and listen and then get up and dance again and stuff, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with that, but you have to realize what you're asking of your listener. You kind of have to be mindful about like what you're trying to get them to do. And that was something that I feel like it wasn't a mistake on my first EP, but it was way too ambitious in some cases, because I had like 3 different songs in one song. And arguably the first section that I would make was the most interesting. Now, story-wise and compositional-wise, it's cool how it unfolded and stuff, but it didn't really like have the excitement that I wanted to pertain through the entire tune. So with this, my arrangements are much shorter. I think this is like 3 minutes long, maybe a little bit more than 3 minutes long. But once it gets going, right, like you're on the train. And I don't want to waste any time trying to like make you be patient to get there. I just want to say, hey, let's groove. And once it's time to groove, it's time to groove. to figure out what that is. I noticed that earlier. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Let's figure out what that is and fix that, because I think that's actually making this tune really sharp. Okay, so it's in the percussion for sure. So let's grab all this stuff. No, it's not the GTA synth. It's in the drums. I'm pretty sure it's in the percussion. And I think that it's the da 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 da, wherever that is. Yeah, I think it's there. Okay. That is not the poopatrator. That is not the killer. Not the killer. Not the killer. It's a something. I know it's in here. Maybe this guy? Okay, let's just see if it's in here in general. Ah. It is this thing. Okay. So dope. Well, that's interesting that that's still peeking out, because it could be something else, but yeah, that's odd. Okay. It's weird, but what the fuck? Maybe I can just... No, 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 no. 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 I will do it this way. So I'm actually going to see if I can hit undo on this a few times. There we go. Now, on this, I will make that dynamic. Let's see how that fares. Okay, that's fine if it's just a little bit, but yeah. So this should be pretty smooth now. It's a little smushed. It's a little smushed, but it's okay. It's not terrible, and even then, this is fine. What else did I want to do? I think that this sounds way more cohesive now, though. Sometimes, like, it's crazy how big of a difference, like, if you back off of the resonance of a snare, like how like fucking managing that makes the thing sound so much better. And that's something I've really been trying to be better about. Is I always complain about these mixes being like too dark and too crunchy and shit, but I think that if I can clean up the other elements, then it'll leave space to where, like, if I actually do some boosting on the high end or something, kind of like no, not like that, but maybe a shelf or something, like this, but make it in maybe stereo, like just a little bit, then that might actually make a little bit of a difference. Maybe not. All right, so I'm actually going to make a few different versions of this, and I'm going to bounce this out because I want to pinpoint. Now that we have everything together, I'm going to pinpoint like an actual sound, so that way I get something consistent every time. if any of these work, but there's certain cases to where, like, if you listen to it, you have that really sick vocal sound. Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get that on any of these, but that's okay. And I think that it was because this shut itself off or something. But we could try that again. Did I just create? No, I didn't. Okay. But yeah, let's try that again. Actually, what I could do is, let's see how that fares. And then while that's working, one thing that I can also do on the entire bass channel is just kind of pull out some of the low mids. Okay, yeah, there we go. This has variation in it. You can see it in the waveform. That one's cool. I think we can do better though. I'm gonna leave one extra in case if I want to put that somewhere else. It's weird, like when I was playing it in context, I was like, oh, that's sick. But then sometimes when you listen to it by itself, it's not really all that interesting. And it could just be from the layers that are stacked on this, even if it's just like the tail of something else. But like I want that like roar type sound. Got a dash. Always a pleasure watching you works fed. Yo, Mark, thanks for coming in, man. Appreciate it. Man, that's disappointing. It's so weird. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, so new plan. What we're gonna do is, I think so too, but it's okay. Again, I have a plan. So what I am going to do is, there we go, is just set this to record a few times, and then we will find the perfect cut. There we go. We got it. Yeah, the So, we can take all of these now. And just hit J. And if it's cool, I'll keep it. If it's not cool, I won't keep it, but it's fine. Excuse me. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So I know that, like, you know, I'm not trying to be like Kyle Beats or anything, but sometimes, like, if you have the right mindset coming into how to use this shit, it becomes extremely versatile. Because imagine trying to do all this stuff by hand. Like, fuck that. It's so much work. Okay, same thing with this one. Maybe I'll just... Yeah. No. It's kind of cool. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Maybe not. That'll work. Maybe not. That'll work. Maybe not. I love this part right here because it makes it seem like the drummer like fucked up and then it's like, okay, it's fine. Everybody reset. It's cool. Just pretend like nothing happened. And then something else that we can do is just maybe add in like some ambience, some ambiance on the last part here. Maybe like that. Nice. Okay. So I still don't know what I want to do like for the vocals, but I think that there's a lot of rhythmic opportunities for that. And maybe I'll run it by Zane or something, or maybe send this to Cage and be like, hey, I'm trying to think of, I don't know, some kind of vocal chop or something. But we also don't have a track title for this, but I think that for what it is, it's already, you know what I mean? Like I would feel comfortable with just being like, oh, it's done. But I still have like a vision for what I want it to be. But even still, yeah, this track came together in like 5 hours. Okay, hold on. I heard some click shit. Why? Don't you dare. Okay. So I'm not really, I've been aware of this problem or like potential problem since it happened, but because I have a pitch envelope or an envelope follower on the snare, sometimes the first snare on here does not play. See? And so like, I'm not really sure, like, cause on one end it kind of sounds cool cause it sounds like a false snare. But at the same time, like, I also feel like it misses the energy. You see that? So I'm not really sure whether or not I want to keep that. Yeah, I don't think that I want to keep that because like there's a huge volume change, and I think that the snare helps establish like the I guess the loudness of the tune. I don't really know how else to describe that, but that's definitely something to be aware of. And I don't really know why it does that. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I think if I were to play it from here, yeah, what the fuck is that? So what would happen if I So what I'm going to do is, I know what I'm going to do. I am going to stem this because I don't think that anything else needs to really change on the snare. Yeah, that didn't take too long. So what I can do is I can duplicate this. That's the new one, I believe. We could turn that off. Then we come in here, and all we have to do on this is turn that off. And then we want to switch this one over like so. So that way, if I'm not mistaken, we should still have wait, what? Are you for real? Huh. That's interesting. It makes a lot more sense too. There's no sidechain thing on this. Oh, that's what I did. Okay. So what I did was oh, now it makes sense. Don't make fun of me. Actually, you can make fun of me. It's fine. So yeah, what ended up happening, and the reason why the bass was so fucking loud, and dude, who the fuck? Oh my god. Who is messaging? I'm quitting Discord. If you're trying to message me on Discord, sorry. So I accidentally copied the room of the percussion and the drums, I believe. Yeah. So I copied that as opposed to copying the... I'm really smart. I was wondering why the mix sounded so hard. Which, ironically, I just want to keep that in. do want to keep that in. Okay, so now I also want to focus on this for a sec. Do I feel like if I embellish sections of the track that the beat isn't from the energy when it drops in again? Do I feel like if I embellish sections of the track that the beat isn't present, takes away from the energy when it drops again? No, I don't think so. If anything, I think it creates a contrast and it keeps the beat from being repetitive. At least if I'm interpreting your question the right way. But no, I think that like it's all about like call and response is the musical term for it, but what it actually is to me is more of a martial arts term, which is broken rhythm. So in order for you to make those embellishments work, you have to have like a rhythm established. And then once you do that, you have the expectations, then the embellishment becomes a bigger contrast. And then once that embellishment ends, right, that gives segue to saying, hey, this is a quick break, and then it reintroduces the beat. So it's almost like a refresh. Does that sound like that answers the question that you're asking, or are you asking something slightly different, or maybe not slightly, maybe something completely different? But that's my takeaway from that. Is it that my kick is just so fucking large? Is that what's going on? Yo, what up, Michael? Welcome. Okay, let me see. So what would happen if I back off of this but pull this in instead? Because I might just be crushing it too hard. Okay, well that's clipping it, but the drums are just too fucking smacky is what's happening. I actually don't think that my clipper is the reason why it's sounding crushed. I think it's because there's some kind of percussive element, maybe this. Or this perhaps. Or maybe it's the hat. Yeah. Something is making it sound broken. But what I'm trying to figure out is what this is. Because if I can figure out what that is and turn it down a bit, then I can make this way louder. I think it's the hat. This one. Unless if it's the drum, excuse me, unless if it's the snare. Different shit, but maybe that stuff doesn't matter so much. That's crazy. This sounds so loud, but it's only, what the fuck? Does it sound sharp? It doesn't sound sharp to me, but it does sound like it's loud. So something that I thought anyways that I did with that was somewhere on the bass, but not a bad type. I thought that, maybe I thought wrong, but yeah, I thought that I actually sidechained the hats to the high end of the bass, but I guess not. That's fine. Did I? No. Yeah, I wanted this one to be like brighter. Well, I've always been chasing not necessarily a clean mix. Like I still want a full mix, but I didn't want it to sound so like dirty, I guess. I wanted it to be like actually like, how do you say, like higher in production value. That sounds so like pretentious, but it's true. I wanted something that was higher in production value. More commercial, just something that's like more akin to, closer to the mixes from the people that I listen to, I think. Yeah, this isn't bad though. Hey, theme. Mix wise, yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. I think I'm gonna post this on the drum masterclass in phase plant, but I think something that really helped me I talked about this earlier, but something that really helped me figure that part out was just understanding the relationship between like the bass and the percussion. So like if you're going to have like really wonky percussion or like really, excuse me, stuff to where the percussion is present, then you want to have like less mid highs in your bass. So that way they can actually sit well together. Because all the other stuff that I have, like if you listen to Doppelgangster, right, like you can barely hear the hi-hat because the bass itself is so like full frequency. But on this, favoring the percussion and stuff has been a little bit easier to figure out because it's, I guess like it's a priority, right? It's not just like make it as wonky as possible and then throw the heaviest bass line you can. It's more of like what would fit with this. And I think that's what you kind of want to go for. Or what I was going for, rather. But in a sense, there's always carving space in the spectrum elements you want to highlight. It's not even necessarily carving. It's kind of just like being mindful, you know? Because there's always going to be overlap. Like that's the thing. Like even when this noise bass comes in, like there's overlap, right? But because it's more consistent, sorry. Right? It's a little bit easier to kind of like play in between. But this came after, like the noise bass came after the low one. Okay. I also wanted to do a pitch bend right here. So that can actually come up because I turned that down by quite a bit, I believe. Interesting. That creates that relationship between those two. So interestingly, this tells me, I think that it sounds fine, but I could probably get away with adding some mids. So I just want to listen to this for a sec and see if I can like add something interesting without blowing it up. I often end up making certain sections fatigue inducing because they're too busy and frequencies overlap. Then if I take stuff from it, it sounds thin. Well, that's like the internal struggle, right? But really what you want to do is not even a matter of, don't think about, I need to add more shit. Think about, how do I bring up the main elements of the track? That's the best advice I can give. Because if you do it that way, then you're going to, like, your main elements are going to figure out most of the frequency range to the point where it's not even going to be necessary to layer or anything. Okay, let's see what that does. See if that fucks the mix up. I might actually want to... Yikes. All right. I think it's fine. Those frequencies are muddy frequencies anyways, so... I have a video that I recorded earlier today. So I just put up a video before I went live, which was about like understanding like mud pies and stuff. But I have one that is an introduction to mixing, which really mixing comes down into 4 components, which is context, dynamics, frequency range, and stereo field. So really, once you kind of have a feel for all of those things, then like everything in between is kind of just a matter of like cool tricks and shit. But probably sometime during this weekend, I will be putting that other video up. But it's not really like, this is how you mix. It's more of just like, here's a general approach to like some of the fundamentals and some things to be mindful of. So that way you kind of have a ballpark range about how to fix shit or how to be aware, I think. If you look at like the 4 most common problems of mixing, it's in regards to what I'm talking about, right? So if your composition sucks, then there's no point in mixing it because you don't even have a relationship between everything. If the dynamics are too crazy and stuff is too loud and too quiet and all that, then you fix it with levels. If you are introducing things that sound kind of weak, then you should look at phase cancellation regarding your stereo field, right? If it's really wide but doesn't have any energy, then there's that. Regarding frequencies, like if you don't have, any bass, then you know that you need to add some low end. If you don't have any like highs, then you know that you should add some hats or something, like the appropriate instrumentation. And then, was that everything? Stereo, dynamics, frequency? Yeah, that's pretty much like the main 4 problems that you get into with mixing. Exactly. And that's what I was talking about with context, is like you have to have, hey Data, you have to have a relationship between everything. Also, hi Evan, you have to have a relationship between these things. Otherwise there's like no point, where context really comes into play. So, if like, I'm sure that some people do this, but like, if you just like go kick snare pattern and then you add like 16th hi-hats and stuff, like it doesn't really like mean anything, because it's fucking boring. Unless if that's what you're going for, like if you're going for a mid-tempo or something, which is fine, but you need to, in order for you to mix, you have to have at least 2 elements together, right? Because it has to be comparable to something else. Even if like you're doing a sound for games or something, you're still thinking about context of the game. You're still thinking about context of something else. So you have to, like, if it's a sound by itself, then don't fucking touch it, unless if like something is abnormally wrong, to which, like, as you get better, you'll notice that stuff. You'll be like, oh, hey, like I've noticed I've got phase canceling in my bass, so I can premeditate how to fix that. But generally speaking, in order for you to like really mix, you have to have something else playing along with it. So the more that you develop this relationship, the easier it's going to be for you to figure out what decisions to make between the two. If you prioritize one, then it becomes a theme, right? So usually things are mixed around the kick. If you if everything goes around your kick, then that means that you can turn everything else down a little bit surrounding that, or your kick and snare or whatever. Likewise, if you favor the bass, then you can pull back on the frequencies of the drums just enough so they tap the side chain and do, like that's really common in dub music. Also like rhythm. Even though the drums like are very like explosive, they actually have almost 0 low end. It's really just like it's really just like 100 hertz kick and then like a white noise splash. Right? But for this in particular, like I'm like, no, I like every time that kick hits, I want it to be like, oof, and that's why I have that. If you listen to the drums on their own, it's supposed to be like, which, like, I know that my kicks are boxy, but I don't care, because I want them to be, I like boxy kicks, I guess. That's just like a preference that I have. But to me, it just sounds like really fucking large. That's the kick on its own. That is like, oof. That hits, that triggers the sidechain and pushes everything else out of the way. Yeah, OTT is very like, you can recognize it from a mile away now, and especially because it's been used for a decade now, and everybody is still all about OTT and stuff. Like, it's very recognizable, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? It's like, oh, a flanger has been used to death. It's like, no, it's an effect, but the idea is like, tune it to taste, do it to taste, because that will allow you to kind of still have the freedom to like introduce like your own mixing preferences and whatnot in there. And plus, like, OTT like almost completely removes the mids. And then like if you put OTT on there and then like you adjust the OTT, you might as well just use a regular multiband dynamics. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you just want to keep the high end where it is and then adjust the mids and lows or something, which is fine. But yeah, do what you want. That's really what it is. Do what you want. I have other preferences for OTT. Like, the desired outcome from OTT is to bring up the highs, so I just do things to try to bring up the highs. But yeah, like, I've got several tracks that have OTT on the master. And unless if you've been around while I've made those tunes, I don't think that you would know. Yeah, exactly. But it's also like ear training, right? For knowing how much you need. OTT on piano, me sad. No. Have I done OTT on piano before? I'm sure I have. But yeah, I've got several tracks where I've done OTT on the master. And like 50% or even 100%. Yeah, because at that point, yeah, don't need to use it with wet to 100%. Bro, if you're not doing OTT, then like you're like, there's no way you're going to make it on Beatport. I don't know what you're talking about. It's impossible. You might as well give up. You might as well just quit, because that's the only way that you're going to get a nice pristine mix is by putting OTT on the master from the beginning, resampling with OTT on, and then putting another OTT on it, and then doing another OTT. Otherwise, like, dude, what are you even doing? Do you even Ableton? Like, come on. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with this beat. Like I said, I still want to do some like vocal chops or something just for like rhythmic. Well, I mean, at some point the OTT is going to create an all pass filter, right? So like there is, yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah. I was one of those people, like 3 OTTs or whatever, when I was doing sound design with Frequent and stuff. And then I kind of just found my own way. Like I found my own thing that works for me. Dude, Maximus is fucking cheat codes. You want to talk about cheat codes? Fucking Maximus. That shit makes... Oh, dude. That's like the one plugin from FL Studio I wish I could grab. Are any of you guys gonna play the new Pokemon? What's Dome Keeper? Did you play the Signal State? I feel like you'd be fucking amazing at that. Mainline Pokemon hasn't been good for a long while. They said that this one is really good aside from the technical issues. It's a cool tower defense mining game, but it's kind of 8-bitish in art style. Sub's so nice here. Thanks, dude. Also, hi, Sam. I don't know if I said hi to you or not already. My days and interactions are running together. But yeah, I hear that the new Pokemon is actually like it's good now. It's not like Sword and Shield. I'm fucking 31 talking about Pokemon. Whatever. I don't care. Sorry, we were jamming out to the tune. Dude, I tried the Signal State. I couldn't fucking do it. And I felt very stupid. Hey, Yoku. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this one. It has the nice groovy groove. It was a cool game though. I like the idea, weird crossover. Yeah, I like the idea of it as well. I just don't think that the directions were clear enough for me to like try to figure out the obscurity. And like, I suppose I could just fiddle with it until I find something, but it's the wording that didn't do it for me. And I was just like, I'd rather play something else that's not so cryptic, because the directions were so like, I feel like it was like on an IQ test or some shit, and I don't I wouldn't consider myself to be the smartest person anyways, so there's that. But fuck me, like I just it was frustrating. It was really frustrating. Like Dash Glitch was in there with me trying to be like, you know, telling me stuff and all that. But if you're familiar with modular, then there's a puzzle adventure game I was waiting on, but it got delayed. Which game was it? Yeah, there's like 5 games that I want to play right now. I consider myself to be the smartest person ever. I mean, that's fine. You know, just don't tell your significant other. I'm just kidding. You can tell them whatever you want. Akira? I actually haven't heard of that. I like that you're like interested in all these games that I haven't heard of, because I would like to think that I'm pretty up to date. Oh yeah, Taiji looks pretty cool. Joke's on you. I don't have a significant other. What about like a pet? A dog, a cat? I don't know. Surely if you say that to somebody, it'll piss them off. Or, I don't know. Consequences, right? So the last thing that I want to do with this, I'm probably not going to get to today because I just don't know what I want to do for vocals and stuff, but I like, have you played Iconoclasts? I think that you would really like that, especially if you like the like 8-bit. It's 16-bit, but it's an indie game, and it's got great music, really weird. I don't know, actually my dog's pretty smart. It's got like really weird musical arrangements, but really cool puzzles, really cool like logic stuff, and like makes you think outside the box, and it has an amazing story. But I really love that game. It's very strange in the best way. It's not like, oh, this is weird. It's like, oh, that's odd. I like that. But yeah, Iconoclast is definitely recommended. Yeah, it's dope. We were just talking about games, and I was talking about wanting to play the new Pokemon. I also want to play the new Bayonetta. I want to play the new Sonic game, the newest Xenoblade. I want to play Splatoon. There's a lot of stuff that I want to get into, but I just don't have the fucking time. Do you know Oddworld Abe's Exodus? It's an old PS1. Bizarre atmosphere. Yeah, Oddworld for PS1 is crazy. They messed up the graphics in the remakes. Yeah. Yes, they did. If you like Oddworld, you'd enjoy Flashback. Yeah, I remember Oddworld being hard as fuck. I think it was because I just didn't understand the game, but that was like when I was a kid. Like a kid, like 7. I was like, what the fuck? I could play Final Fantasy 7, but I couldn't figure out Oddworld. You haven't played it yet. But it was really awesome. Yeah. I did okay with the first Crash Bandicoot, though. Actually, all of them. The first one was the hardest one. The second and third one was not that bad. The third one being the easiest. That game is hard, yeah. Okay. I thought it was just me, like, not understanding the game or something, but yeah. The first game wasn't that easy. At least I don't think it was. And then there were some things about the second one. The third one was super easy, but the second one had like the death things. You know what I mean? that like took you to like get the secret gem or whatever. That was pretty hard. Fun games though. Spyro. Yo, somebody, that's so cool that you remember Croc. That was such an interesting game that unfortunately failed, but I still enjoy it. I like stuff like Syndicate and Beneath a Steel Sky. Are those RPGs? No, Syndicate was a PS3 game, right? That was the with Ape Escape, yeah. That was with the glaive. Favorite game is Hollow Knight, and that game is hard as hell. Yeah, I'm trying to convince my partner to finish Hollow Knight. She is at the Tower Knights, and she also can't beat the Mantis Lords. It was supposed to be a Yoshi game? I mean, that makes sense. But yeah, Croc was really cool. That was a really interesting concept. I want to play Hollow Knight. There's another similar game I want to check out. Hashtag Silksong win. But yeah, I love that game. That game has incredible sound design, incredible atmosphere. I'm trying to think about what other like, and plus it's huge. The game is just, there's so much to do, so many bosses and so much shit to find out. I think if and when I get to 20,000 subscribers, which will probably be sometime late next year, I do just want to do like a FF9 was really cool. I really liked 8 as well. Most people didn't, but I loved 8. The music on 8 was really cool, and the summons were sick. But that was my thing. It was all about the summons for me with the older Final Fantasies. I was like, but what are the summons? Do they have the summons? That's all I care about. The monsters. Sorry, tangent. But yeah, if and when I hit 20K, I want to do like a Castlevania marathon or like a Metroidvania marathon. Yeah, I played the shit out of 10 as well. No, it was fine. It was fine. I have so many games, you guys. I have so many video games. Metroidvanias are my favorite. Metal Gear Solid, Castlevania, Metroid. That's my shit. Yeah, Medieval was cool. Do you guys remember Jersey Devil? That one was pretty crazy. Yeah, and they did a remake of Medieval, didn't they? Not too long ago for the PS4, the Medieval remake or whatever. Yo, Forbidden Memories for PS1. Oh man, I used to walk 3 miles every Friday to the Yu-Gi-Oh tournament in LA, and the remake wasn't too good. I stopped playing games at Xbox, PS2, so many game members in GTA, San Andreas, and Halo 2. Yeah, I don't blame you. Like, I want to play games, but like I have a bigger desire to make music these days. And like if I have this thing where like if I don't make music for too long, I have to like play catch up. So I'm trying to like get to this point where I'm so comfortable with making music like on the fly that I don't like forget shit. Or that I don't feel like I'm like rusty, I guess. Yeah, exactly. It is like a muscle. Data, I've been seeing that you've been doing a lot of generous stuff. I've come into a couple of your streams as of recent. Is music going well for you? Hey, Tootie Banana. Is it Tutty Banana or Tootie Banana? Tooter Banooner. Hi, Banana. Actually, I'll extend that question to everybody. How are you guys, and how are you guys in music? What's going on in your musical lives and journeys? Just a new live series. They work a lot better for my format. Yeah, that's good. You know, remember Kula World? Roll Away? Ball can rolls along walls, and no, I remember Super Monkey Ball though. Yeah, Tombi was cool. I've kind of gotten into a rhythm in the past 5 years where I play the same games over again instead of starting something new. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, play what you enjoy. The last boss in Forbidden Memories doesn't have 5 cards in his hand, but 20, even though it looks like 5 cards, the AI cheats. I didn't know that. I mean, I haven't played the game since, like, what, 1998, but fuck, like, the game was dope. I began with hip-hop stuff, but getting more into D&B and halftime. It's a lot to learn, though. I mean, if you think about it, like if I can give you any advice, Tutty, it would be do hip hop, like for halftime anyways, do hip hop but with sound design. That's the only difference. So instead of sampling for your beats and stuff, like make the same exact beats but just do sound design for your basses and for like your synths. Yeah, for Game Boy Color, yo, I got that for free in Japanese, and I remember it came with a dope promo card. I can't remember what the card was though, but I'm struggling with being a multi-genre or producing one thing. Just make beats, bro. Just make beats. That's all you got to do. Yeah, I was fucking hooked on Yu-Gi-Oh when I was a kid. I still am. Unfortunately, I think my parents threw my cards out or somebody sold them or something, but I had a sick fucking warrior deck that was like just full of like monsters that attack twice, just bop bop, followed by like weapons that are like magic cards that, you know, like oh, that's so sad. What was it like? United We Stand, I think, and then like Acts of Despair. Yeah, Acts of Despair. Mage Power, I believe is what it was. Yeah, shit like that. You know, just like stuff, you know, that just buffed you like crazy, and then I would just attack twice and then just be like, boom, it's over. People complain about the new Pokemon, but forget the OG ones evolved in the same thing, but next to two buddies. A couple OG Pokemon were just a dude. Yeah, like Hitmonchan. And all the various orbs. Yeah, Voltorb and Electrode and all that. People like the OG mods because of nostalgia, but they were more grounded. Mr. Mime. Yeah, Mr. Mime was just a dude. Hitmonlee, right? It was pretty much just a dude. No, I think that from what I've heard, I think that people are really, I think that people really like the new Pokemon designs. I think that they said that this generation, they're all actually really good. So I don't know. I'm definitely going to play it at some point. I love reliving that story of like, yeah, I'm going to catch them all. Actually, there's somebody that comes in here a lot. His name is, oh my God. He changes his name a lot. I feel bad because I feel like he's going to walk in here and be like, bro, how did you forget my name? But anyways, he hooked me up with all of the legendary Pokemon. And I was like, bro, that's so fucking nice of you. Like the mythical ones that you can't get in games. I think I need more time experimenting, getting my own sound. Are you talking about Cage, or are you actually, is Kagen actually somebody's name that makes halftime? I appreciate that though. I wouldn't consider myself to be like on that level. Like I'm not Amanu or Noise or anybody of the sort. I just make beats online. They just sound too dope. I never actually learned the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh! I played with my friends and you were at the show shouting like, "You've fallen right for my trap." Yeah, you've activated my trap card. And then, yeah. I've had a Destiny board deck. I've had an Exodia deck. I've had, dude, I had this like fiber jar set up with this like Hades build, which was super sick. It was like a Fiend build. That was fucking cool. Oh man, I miss Yu-Gi-Oh! That was such a like, it was a really hard time in my life, but as far as like what I looked forward to, I got 2 white holes from attempting Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments. I had a blowback deck, like Man-Eater Bug. I know, bro, but you have the mindset and skills to get there, but enjoy learning from you. Oh, thanks, dude. I appreciate that. I had Jinzo PTSD. I recently have been looking for like a first edition Jinzo that's like not from the booster pack, but from the actual Cage. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Cage is a monster. And everybody from Saturated is just fucking crazy. The Jinzo meta. I think Jinzo is still relevant from Pharaoh's Servant. Like the first Jinzo I think is still meta. I still have my collection. There's probably something rare in there. I don't know. Bro, if you find a Jinzo and it's in good condition, like please send me a message because I'll buy it from you. Like I would love to have like a Jinzo like framed. I'm trying to think if there's another card that I really want like another card that I really want like framed or something, but I think that's the only one. It was just Jinzo. It doesn't sound familiar. It's a monster. It's like a machine. It's a dude that has goggles and a brain. But yeah, fucking Jinzo, dude. That game was, I don't know. Once like Yu-Gi-Oh! GX came out though, I was like, ah, fuck. Okay, all right. It's fucking what the hell? It just I don't yeah. And then they started having all these crazy fucking like others like special crazy summon shit that I was just like, yeah, yeah. Dark Magician girl, she was pretty dope. I think like polymerization was as far as I wanted to take it. Yeah, the synchro stuff. And the ritual summons were pretty cool. Like that was interesting anyways, but like at that point, like if you got like a ritual off, yeah, injection fairy lady, that was nice. I had a million dark magician variations. Do I have any advice learning base design? Just experimenting. Just saw your vid about mud pies, and I have to admit it's true. It's not the best way to get an efficient workflow. Yes. So like, the thing with neurobase is that gravity, fiber jar, black hole, card destruction. Probably black hole. That's the thing that just destroys everything on the field. So the thing about neurobase is like anything goes. But if you're trying to like, but you have to think about the context, right? Yeah, pot of greed, jar of greed. You have to think about the context. So if it's something that's a fill, then you can do whatever the fuck you want. So like things like this, let me figure out where it is. I don't suppose you've heard today's work in progress, so maybe I'll just play it here in a second while I take a break from yapping. But stuff like this. Like you theoretically don't even need to have low end in there, but that's because it's supposed to be an effect. Whereas like your main riff should have good sub. And so a lot of times, not every time, but most of the time, it's having a gravity bind, level 4, monsters cannot attack. Oh, damn. Yeah, that's crazy. Mirror Force, right? Yeah, Mirror Force, or Magic Cylinder. But for this, you generally have something that's like a main base that's like nice and meaty. And then when you want to variate it, that's when you do like the neuro stuff. You know, or if you do have like a neuro, like a or like a bass stab or something, it's usually pretty repetitive. So it's not like super fucking variationville. It's one consistent sound or two consistent sounds, some kind of call and response between them that play off of each other. It's not like, cut a long bass cut up and then just do like variation, because a lot of times it just ends up sounding like honestly boring. It doesn't have any magic to it. If you really want something to like stand out, then take one sound or two at the most as a learning point, right? And really figure out a way to make that have a relationship with your drums. But even for this, right, like this would be considered like a neuro thing. Like it's just for as an effect. But yeah, I mean, and then like sometimes you can, like if you want to create a variation to your bass line, that's where this stuff comes into play. So if you listen to this on its own, this is where I find success, by the way. This isn't the only way to do it, but it's just, right? So it's the same bass line, but you have this little like, little like fill variation that has that. The other thing that you can do is you can set up like a riff, like a bassline riff, and then through that you can start to add in like multiple effects and then pretty much just do like automation lanes and then just like automate shit over time. That's how Cohen Sound does it. I know that because of their Patreon. It's a very old way of doing things, but it's how you get Cohen sound types of bass. And that's why it works so well, is because they have some kind of riff or whatever, but they'll go in and edit all this crazy shit in exact moments and do it in that way. But like, I think that if you go watch like my like quick tutorial on how to make neurobass. It's like 2 minutes long. It's a pretty recent one, and you'll be like, oh, okay, I get it. Because it's really not hard. It's been a mystery up until this point because of the technology, but now that the technology allows for it, it's pretty cake. It's pretty kizake. But yeah. Yeah, for sure. Frequent used to do that as well. Dude, spend like half an hour tweaking the chops. Well, he would do like long bass cuts, right? Remember, like on his thing, he'd be like, he has that like famous saying that's like, it's all about the sweet, sweet cuts. And I'm like, oh, that's what I gotta do to make music? It's so fucking long. And I don't do that anymore. I just put out a video about that, about like the long resample chops and stuff. It's like, you can do it, but you're going to become desensitized to what it is that you're listening to very early. So if you're going to do like resampling and shit, like either resample something that you've already put into context, or if you're just starting out to get some stuff to work with, like just bite-sized things and work with that. Focus on like giving yourself, use that as like a limitation to be like, I'm going to work with just that. Professional sound cutter. Well, Frequent is also the type of person that's got like hundreds of fucking tracks on his thing, and like his hard work pays off because his music is fucking incredible. But for me, like, I kind of am just like, yeah, it is. I personally feel like it's too much of a chore, and I think that there's more efficient ways to get to what it is that you're looking for. But yeah, I remember Frequent, when I was taking lessons with him, showed me this one project, and I can't remember who he was doing it for, but and I don't even remember what it sounds like, to be honest. But I was just looking, and I was just like, bro, that is so many fucking tracks. And there was pure admiration, right, on one end, but at the same time I was like, man, that's a lot. How does your CPU even handle that? And for me, like, I've got an M1 Max, which, you know what I mean, it's not like the most powerful, computer in the world, but holy fuck, like, it's got some beef. But even then I'm like, no, dude, like, I can't. That's it's too much shit to keep track of. Like, building that from scratch, I don't know. To be honest with you, I have a lot more fun doing like the bass design in that's awesome. Yeah, exactly. They cut up everything, but they also have a really good sense of musicality. And for me, like, my goal with music has become something different. Like, I found a middle ground to where I can just make beats like this. Like, imagine I wouldn't even know what to do with it, to be honest, but imagine if I spent 2 weeks on this as opposed to 2 days, right? Because this came together in a matter of like 5 hours. So I'm like, on one end, I'm like, oh man, imagine if I spent more time on it. But it's like, why do I want to spend all that time on it? I don't. I just want to make a beat. I want to make a beat with cool sounds and, you know what I mean, make it as big and punchy as possible. Yeah, Yoku, I'm not sure if you've seen it or not, but I have a video on a replacer that pretty much does the same thing, except whenever the audio hits, it triggers. So it is, I guess, like an envelope follower, but it's an older video. It's like from last year, I think, or maybe like way earlier this year, but that might be interesting to you. Excuse me. Yeah, exactly. You kind of figure out what works for you. And for me personally, like, it was such a battle trying to like figure out how to contextualize, like these experimental sounds in the first place. And so now I'm like, okay, this is how I do it. This is how, and I've taken a lot of like mental notes to remember, like, this is how I do it. Like, I made a video a while ago about like the sampler, how you can kind of like fish between cuts and stuff. And even that, I was like, it's too much work. It's too much fucking work to bounce out a long ass thing and try to use a sampler to find like cool and interesting cuts in between and all that. It's like, just make a fucking 808, or just make something that can stand on its own as like as an entire like sound, as an entire bass sound, And then when you want to add neuro stuff, like either resample that in the riff or just replace it with something from what I have in Faceplant. So if you put all the work into it earlier and you make sure that you have good sub, then they can kind of just replace that. But I don't really like, the idea anymore of being like, oh, I'm going to, have all this stuff set up. Like, just pretend like this wasn't randomized. It was all, actually I could do that, but it's all this stuff. Like, I guess you can, but to me, it's a little bit too much. It's very effective on standing on its own, right? But I don't think that it needs to be like something like this. It should just be something that's kind of casual. Like that's perfect. It doesn't need to be the whole fucking track. It doesn't need to be the whole idea. Just something that's like, yo, here's a cool fucking sound. And that way you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to be like, oh, how do I do this? How do I apply it? It's like, just make it an effect, or like replace it with a melodic note or something in between. Or, if you do decide to bounce something out, like focus on building what it is that you want. And that's why I have this in here with this bass in particular, because as opposed to being like, I hope I get something good, you can literally like mend this into a shape or into a movement, a piece of rhythm that will make it how you want it. And then take that and just use that on its own. So there's a lot of strategies that I have in with this kind of stuff, and you'll kind of pick it up as you go along. And I'm not saying that you have to do it with the the Faceplant way, but there is a very clear reason why this works. Or maybe it's just the matter that I've been doing it for so long that I'm like, okay, this is how I can make it work a lot easier. Because again, that I've had that same struggle of like, how do I apply this? How do I do this? How do I, like, the sound is cool, but it doesn't sound good in a track. Why doesn't it do that? And that's like a lot of times because it's too fucking complicated. It's too complex. Like, simplify it. Make sure that your low end is good, and then it works. And then also like make sure that your levels work with your drums. Like I typically turn my bass stuff down like 2 decibels more quiet than my main fundamentals, meaning my kick and snare, and it usually works out pretty well. I think that I don't lose much. Like, if anything, I still feel like the bass is the loudest thing in this tune, even though it's technically not, but like, it's fine, but it's only when you like push it too far beyond and you try to make everything big. If you try to make everything big, it doesn't work. Something has to have some kind of sacrifice. It doesn't necessarily have to be like super contrasting, even though that works the best in my opinion. But if you want your drums to be really big, then you're going to have to back off of your bass a bit. If you want to make your bass up front, you're going to have to pull some stuff from your drums. I don't think that it's a smoke show. I think that you have to realize that like for all of us and stuff and people that have been studying neurobass for some point in time, we don't fucking like make what 90% of music producers make, right? Like, if you look at a trap producer, they're gonna fucking geek out over being able to tune their hi-hats and do like hi-hat rolls, right? Or like sorry, but slide their 808s, they're like, oh, bro, like this is the coolest shit ever. So like, it takes a very special person to even get into this kind of design, right? I do think that the more that you dive into it, the more simple it becomes. But if you have no idea what you're doing in sound design, like not the slightest clue, whatever, like, yeah, it's going to sound like magic. It's going to be like, what the fuck was that? How do I even approach that? And now it's not, I guess you could say that it's more of a smoke show, but that's because the resources are much more abundant on the internet compared to even 5 years ago. I've dedicated the channel to being like, yo, we're going to fucking figure this shit out together. And you know what? By golly damn it, I did. We did figure it out together, and now I teach it, and now I'm like, this is it. This is the streamlined process. Yeah, and well, really, like any kind of sound design, right? Yeah, any kind of sound design. And what's cool is that like the term neuro has diversified quite a bit. Like I've got my things that I like to do. Yeah, notch filters are pretty rare. Like those weren't even built in, right? Or a bandpass and a notch built into the same thing, or using an EQ as a filter was non-existent. People just were not doing shit like that because we didn't really fucking know about it. Like if you look at Skrillex's old stuff, like that was the big trick, was he was automating an EQ in certain ways. And it was like, oh, bro, like this is crazy. And now we've got a plugin for it, right? We literally have a plugin for it. It's the Morph EQ. And I wouldn't recommend it for making neurobase, ironically, unless if you really know what you're doing. But in that case, I think if you know what you're doing, I would rather use something else. Like I would be more like meticulous with that. But that's a whole different thing. Long story short is there's a plugin for it now. And the tools and the resources that you have. Yeah, like even shade. Like I don't really particularly like shade, but still, right? Like you could still do stuff in it. It's got modulators in it. And there's that. I think that between morph and shade, I would definitely go with morph because of the paths and stuff that you can. It's more diverse for sure. But how often do I listen to music? Every day. I think you're on the right track. Like when you're ready to start making music, I think it's a good idea to turn your external sources off, because otherwise you're going to try to make music exactly like what you hear. But I think outside of that, like I listen to music every day. Like you can't see it, but I've had this up for the last 3 days, and I've just been listening to, I've been listening to Madlib as a source of inspiration. But I listen to so many different genres. Excuse me, my voice is cracking. I've been talking too much. But old school hip hop for this genre, Ivy Lab, Chi, Cage, right? Zane, anybody from the Saturate crew makes really good music that I like personally for this world. But I listen to other things too. I have so much fucking video game music. I have so much video game music. I still like want to one day like do some kind of composition or some kind of like concept OST for a game that doesn't exist. I don't have like the luxury to like focus on that. I'm too busy trying to make a living. But yeah, I listen to a lot of different things. The only thing that I don't really listen to is, I'm a Madlib, is I don't really listen to country, and I don't really listen to like hardcore, like screaming metal. Like I have some metal stuff, but like I don't listen to like I don't know. Most of my music also doesn't have words. Rip your favorite artists off. Just don't release the tracks. Yeah. Imitation is the finest form of flattery, from what I've been told. Okay, I didn't know about Morph EQ, and I looked it up, and it looks sick as fuck. I don't personally, it's not for me. But the reason why it's not for me is not because it's bad. It's because I would much rather be meticulous with the paths and stuff that I take. I have a complete ripoff of Noises Running Blind. Yeah, I mean, even this tune is somewhat of a ripoff of Cheese Medallion. So, just 100% transparency. The rhythm, completely inspired by Cheese Medallion. Like, if you listen to Medallion, then you listen to this beat, like, you're going to be like, oh, that's really fucking similar. That's really bitey of you, Ian. But I don't care, because I'm trying to use this as a learning format of being like, oh, how does this rhythm work? And can I make this... Like, can I find my own self within that? And then what ends up happening usually is you either A, try to copy it exactly, or B, you like take it up to a certain point and then you divvy off of it. Hopefully this has become more unique of its own thing, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, does anybody else have any questions about anything? Every other song I make is a ripoff of Noise's Sinkhole and Sophie's Face Shopping. I'm ashamed of it, but I never try to do the Noisy track that I never get it off my mind. It helped me figure out so much. Yeah, it's and sometimes it's what it's about, right? Because like you want to experience what you admire. I think that's a good way to put it. Like you want to experience the stuff that you admire so that way you can see like how it's done. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, because even if you just treat it as a learning tool or as a lesson or something, like you still have something to take away from it that you can use for other music later. And I've done that in so many different ways. I've done that from video games. I've done that from Wolg. I've done that from Frequent. I've done that from, Noisia, Audica, Chi. I think that I've been pretty transparent about like my inspirations, I want to say. Demystify them a lot for me, especially after Nick said that they also struggle even after their best music. Right. Yeah, like don't be ashamed to like rip off your own tracks either. I think that's a great point. Like if you learn something or you like something about your own music and you're like, I could either do it better or I can improve on the concept, like just do it. Me too. Like I did this song, I did this song 2 days ago. And it sounds a lot like Doppelgangster. Right? So there's that. But then if you listen to Doppelgangster, it's like, it sounds very similar. Like you could probably put them up together in the same thing. I don't remember if they're in the same key or not, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like they sound incredibly similar. So, but whatever, it doesn't matter. I like that I can make lightning strike twice. If anything, that's a good thing because that shows consistency. And then, if you find yourself doing what Sam says of rewriting the same thing, it's like, oh, well, how can you can make a concept album off that. That's what people do if they end up writing the same shit. Is like they just make it slightly different and then they have something and then you can tie it all together because you're using the same or similar motifs. You just express it in a different way. It's like Doppelgangster's doppelganger. That's really funny. I might actually label that. That's a really fucking funny thing. Great call. But yeah, in that aspect, it's like, you know what I mean? Just who cares? Just fucking make beats, make tunes, have fun doing it. It's not like, chances are you're not going to fucking make $1 million off of your music. And as opposed to putting that like, as opposed to like putting pressure on yourself of being like, like, no, like it's a hobby. It's a hobby. So enjoy it as a hobby. And here's the other thing is like your music can be appreciated by anybody from all levels. So focus on what matters to you within your music and use that as an honest communication about where you are. Let the inhibitions go. If it sucks, let it suck and own it. Make shitty music. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. See, exactly. He's taken the words out of my mouth and I took the words out of Chi's mouth, but you have to give yourself permission to make shitty music. It is okay to make music that sucks. Just have fun making the music. Is my Mac Finder purple? Is that a specific piece of software? Mac Finder? I think it's purple. I think you can set it that way in settings. No, right now it's blue. But you can change that, I believe. If you go into like the display or whatever. Yeah, this is iTunes. Oh, it looks this way because I'm in night mode. And it's kind of transparent. But yeah, you can set it to night mode in the settings. I never use iTunes. What do you use for your music player? Yeah, you can change the appearance to... Oh, God, no. What about when you listen to like multiple tunes? One year into making music, made an absolute bad dubstep song. One of the Wii promotion channels loved it and posted it. Felt like Skrillex. Yeah, see, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like you don't have to like be famous to feel the gratification, right? Like if you have a friend or something and they're like, you only listen to one song at a time. Oh, well, okay. But yeah, like if you know what I mean? If like you make something and then like your friend or whatever is like, man, fuck, that was cool. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, damn, okay, well, I made a song. That makes me want to make more shit. I use Microsoft's My Music. Yeah. I don't think I'll ever go back to Windows. Unless if Windows just comes out with the dopest fucking shit ever that just shits on Apple, then I don't think I'll ever go back. I've been with Apple for so long. I don't care if they're overpriced and underpowered or whatever. I just, uh, I had a Skype group with 4 friends and we loved each other's music, but we sucked. Yeah, see, that's awesome. And that's what the critique and request is for. And I think that Data Broth has something in his channel as well. But like, that's what it's for, is like, share your shit. Don't spam it, but like, you know what I mean? Like, be like, yo, this is garbage, or what the fuck ever. Then likes or listen to follows, it gives me nothing really. Yeah, I agree with that. And that's why, like, whenever people when I used to do tune feedback, I'd be like, don't send me stuff that's finished. Don't send me finished shit, because you're not going to change it. It's done. Oh, but I could take that into the next track. No, you're not going to remember what I said. You're going to be thinking about some whole other shit. It's like, yeah, I don't know. That's just my personal viewpoint, but whatever. I don't like iTunes. They keep changing it. Like, they find this happy balance with it, and then they fuck it up. They always find some way to fuck it up. It pisses me off. Hold on one second. I listen with Resonic, makes you look at the waveform and other stuff. Oh, that sounds cool. My music is doo-doo. I use Foobar. What the fuck is Foobar? I don't know. We all produce crap sometimes. It's okay. Like, even, yeah, I still make garbage. Yeah, I agree with that too. And as you continue to, Foobar does that too. Like, it used to be to where like you can do it now, but they've removed it and added it back so many times. But converting a WAV file into MP3, like, they've made it super convoluted and hidden, but they keep like moving that shit around, and it's like, bro, stop. Like, I need this to be an MP3 so I can fucking share it on Discord. I digress. Foobar 2000. Yeah, I love to play Foobar. It sounds like some kind of sport. I don't know. But anyways, I don't really have anything else that I want to do today, guys. I think that I just want to chill for a bit and eat some food and whatever. But trying to make a masterpiece every time or living your entire career, a piece is never going to work out in any art form. That's the reason why I love the name. It's just stupid. I used to listen to music on the GTA San Andreas. Oh, yeah, dude. I think GTA San Andreas had a lot of Flying Lotus. And I was like, even though I don't like... Oh, that's right. Yeah, you could like take the CD out, right? There were some other games that you could do that, where you could take the CD out, play the game, and then put the CD back in. It was really fucking cool. I think that you could do that with like Gran Turismo and stuff too. Damn. I forgot about that. That's fucking crazy. What an age we live in. And now you can just listen to Spotify through your Xbox or something. What was I going to say? For PS1, created levels out of your CDs. Vib ribbon? I haven't heard of that before. But yeah, what I was going to say is like when it comes to your music, like if you are focused on like the essence of the vibe and you're good at communicating the vibe, then it never has to be a masterpiece or anything else of the sort. You're evoking a feeling. And if you can do that, then your music is always going to be valuable. And if not, even if you can't find some kind of feeling to your music, use it as a lesson, right? Or take what you've learned from that and apply it to your next project, or resample it for sound design. Like the everything that you do in the DAW, every choice that you make, if you have the right mindset, is a positive one. And don't forget that, anything that you're doing inside of the DAW, even if you feel like you're just sitting there, right? You could be doing some whole other shit, right? You could be getting into trouble, but you're at home, you're chilling, you're trying to focus on music, and you're trying to improve. And as long as you're trying to improve, then you are investing in yourself. So it's fucking annoying sometimes. Some people in here would have been here a while, and you would know how much I banged my head against the wall trying to figure stuff out. And I won't forget that. And I haven't forgotten that. And there's still this inner fear inside of me that's like, please don't ever go back to that, because that fucking sucked. But I think that now I finally kind of like opened up and been like, okay, I could just make beats. I could just make beats. I could just make shit that I enjoy. That's fine too. That's fine too. Like having fun, right? Like as a hobby, like just have fun. That's totally fine as well. But for me, I guess I always wanted to just get better and better and better. And now from the music that I've released and stuff, it's just like, depending on how much focus I have. Yeah. And like, I think you bring up a good point as well, is like, it doesn't just have to be one mantra, right? It could be whatever you get out of it at the time. And you could change that. Like, that's the cool thing about perspective. VSTs. Yeah, VSTs, because the monitors and headphones wouldn't mean anything. Like even now, like a good example of that is the MPC Live. Like it has a built-in speaker. It's not the best speaker, but it works, right? So I don't really care about that. What I want more from that thing is actually more plugins. So in my teens, I recreated all the songs I heard but couldn't either afford to buy or didn't know the artist. I learned a lot from it. That sounds really cool, is to just like take all of your inspiration and try to recreate something like that. It's pretty interesting. Sometimes it's sound design, sometimes it's writing, sometimes it's technical features, sometimes it's manual digging. Yeah, and sometimes it's like it's an exercise, right? Where you're trying to like implement something that you just learned. But on that note, I'll leave you all with this because I'm getting ready to bounce out of here. But I wish that I could just like summarize it, but hold on one second. Nobody leave yet, because if you get the chance, I want you to watch this masterclass. I think it's this one, but the reason why this was so significant, hold on one second, was because this was foreshadowing into where I was going. This was foreshadowing into where you all are going if you're struggling with music. So I watched this Jaws masterclass, and I like him a lot in the way that he teaches and stuff. But what he said was, during my time at Icon, because that's where he went to school and learned how to do music and stuff, I was learning all this stuff and made shit music for like 2 years because I learned all this technical stuff and didn't know how to apply it. And that hit me so hard because I was spending all this time taking lessons from these people, Cage, Hudson Lee, Frequent, Copycat. I'm trying to think if I did a lesson with anybody else. Yeah, it was just them. But they taught me so much cool stuff. And I was like, great, I got it now. And I didn't know how to apply any of this stuff. It didn't make sense to me in my artistry. And so with that, whenever he told me that, I was like, you know what? I can relax a little bit because I now understand that it takes time to learn the application aspect of it. It's going to take time. And with that kind of stuff, while you're like in this like learning phase and all that, on the opposite side of it, you will implement it. You will, like, from that practice, it'll eventually become like a part of you. But learning is a skill as well. Yeah, definitely. There's so many aspects of like music production that can be broken down into specific skills. I'm trying to worry about learning a whole new feature in mid mix because it can be distracting, but I try to apply new info in the next. Yeah, right, exactly. And like, there's also a time to like go into study mode, and then there's a time to write. You know, like when you're writing, I don't really try to learn anything new. I guess sometimes like you might pick up something, but for me, it's just like, oh, okay, like I'm just gonna do what I do. And then also, equally, don't try to remember everything that you did from your last project. Like, dude, that's something that I tried to do. I was like trying to retrace my steps and stuff, and I end up like just getting lost. Don't do that. Don't do that. Build a habit instead. Build a habit. Don't build a formula. Because when you build a habit, things are going to come together a lot more natural. Whereas if you build a formula, you're going to basically try to remake the same song that you did as the last time. There might be one or two things that carry over that you're like, oh, I want to use that, or oh, I want to do that. But like, you don't, like, if you did something really cool and you can't remember what you did in the project, and like, let's say you don't even have access to it or whatever, or it's on your hard drive tucked away, forget about it. Let it go. Just keep making tunes. Just keep making shit, because it doesn't matter. What does matter, you will remember. What does not matter was meant for the project. So yeah, there you go. All right, that's all I got for you guys today. I'm really tired and really hungry, but much love to you all. I think I'm going to play some Pokemon this weekend. Maybe. I'm considering it, but we're going to do some masterclass stuff for all of the members that are in the Arcanum thing. We're going to revisit snares once again. But other than that, if I don't hear from anybody over the weekend on Discord, then I will see you all on Monday. Bye, everybody. Much love. Thank you for coming. See you soon. Oh, also, everybody, please do me a favor. Go follow Data Broth. I want him to reach 10K. Let's get him to 10K. All right. Bye.